One, two. Yeah, this one's working.
Need a mic stand for the podium. Mic stand for the podium.
This is all we have. We took all the mic stands away. Yeah. Okay, all right. But Jerry told me they took them all away, so.
We got one. Maybe we can piece together another one.
Okay, all right.
We can use that one.
Okay, all right. Because the last service we had to hold them all because we left all the broken ones. Okay, I'm gonna go put this mic over on there.
Yeah, the podium.
One, two, three.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to today's Seonghwa ceremony. Oh, I'm up there. Okay. Commemorating the
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
harmony or joyful ascension. It marks the transition of our earthly life into the spirit world in the presence of God, our heavenly parent. So in the words of Reverend Sang Moon, who is our founder, he says, the Seonghwa ceremony is not a sorrowful occasion at all. It's like an insect coming out of its cocoon, getting rid of a shackle and becoming a new baby and a new existence and a new entity. That's exactly the same kind of process. In the secular world, death signifies the end of life. However, in our world, death is like a rebirth or a new birth in another world. So, the heart of the Seonghwa ceremony is the heart of celebration. It's an opportunity for us to offer gratitude to our heavenly parents for Jeffrey Kiluba. So we are gathered here to celebrate and offer gratitude. So it's a day where we say, Heavenly Parents, thank you. Jeffrey, thank you. We love you. And now fly to the highest realm of the spirit world. So to begin, I just want to ask you a question. Wouldn't you agree with me that Jeffrey Kiluba lived a victorious life? All right. So with that kind of heart, let us begin today's Seonghwa ceremony. And I would like to invite the song team to start us with some songs in celebration. Thank you.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. Could we all rise? The first song we're going to sing is Light of Grace, and if you know the words, please sing along. Oh, light of grace, oh, light of grace, shining above, lighting my dim, shadowed way. Oh, light next song is going to be Called Me Higher. I could just sit and wait for all your goodness, hope to feel your presence. And I could just stay right where I am and hope to feel you, hope to feel something again. And I could hold on to who I am and never let you change me from the inside. And I could be safe here in your arms and never leave home, never let these walls down. But you have called me higher, you have called me deeper, and I'll go where you will lead me, Lord. You have called me higher, you have called me deeper, and I'll go where you will lead me, Lord. You lead me, you lead me, Lord. And I could hold on to who I am and never let you change me from the inside. And I could be safe right in your arms and never leave home, never let these walls down. But you have called me higher, you have called me deeper, and I'll go where you will lead me, Lord. You have called me higher, you have called me deeper, and I'll go where you will lead me, Lord. You lead me, you lead me, Lord. And I will be yours for all my life. And I will be yours for all my life. And I will be yours for all my life. So let your mercy, oh, I will be yours, Lord. I will be yours for all my life. So let your mercy light the path before me. But you have called me higher, you have called me deeper, and I'll go where you will lead me, Lord. And you have called me higher, you have called me deeper, and I'll go where you will lead me, Lord. But you have called me higher, you have called me deeper, and I'll go where you will lead me, Lord. But you have called me higher, you have called me deeper, and I'll go where you will lead me, Lord. You lead me, you lead me, Lord. You lead me, you lead me, Lord. And our next song will be I'll Never Leave You. So if you know the song, please sing along. I'll never precious gift shall I embrace it to myself? Oh no, I can't. I will lose it sure. It must be given if it's to endure. And how will I use this treasure store? How will I share this worthless joy? I'll greet all men with a loving heart. I'll speak the truth with a clear voice, and together we'll build a world that's new, that's fit for kings and fit for queens. We'll raise them up to rule the land and place dominion and young. I'll never leave you. I'll never leave you anymore. For I have found in your bright eyes a river of love, a heart of gold, a peaceful mind. I'll never leave you. Hold the hand of your brother and sister next to you. We'll never leave you, Jeffrey. And Jeffrey's spirit will never leave us. Because through his love that he shared with us, he will remain here on this earth and he will continue to live on. A peaceful mind. I'll never leave you. Sing out to Jeffrey, everybody. I'll never leave you, and for I have found in your bright eyes a river of love, a heart of gold, a peaceful mind, and a hand to hold. One more time, I'll never leave you. I'll never leave you anymore. For I have found in your bright eyes a river of love, a heart of gold, a peaceful mind, a hand to hold. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you to the song team. And now I would like to invite Reverend Dr. Roland Mwanda for the invocation.
Join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Parent, it is with gratitude that we come before you. We say gratitude because you are alive, for the souffle of life that you have given to us, so that at this time, Father, we are coming to celebrate the life of Jeffrey Kiluba. Heavenly Parent, we are gathered here today as friends and family of our loved one, as friends and family of our loved son, cousin, brother, who departed brutally to the spirit world when in visit in the Dominican Republic. And that was on Saturday, October 7th. Our Heavenly Parent, we open this Seonghwa ceremony acknowledging your presence. That the same way you guided Jeffrey during his life, his bright life, you will be in our midst and you will guide this Seonghwa ceremony to honor his life. And at the same time, Father, to help us understand your heart, because it is during difficult time that sometimes we open our heart to learn the lesson for life. So guide this service, bring your spirit, and at the same time, Father, we are calling all the spiritual, the able type, the saints to come in and join with us from the beginning up to the end, so that through the testimony, the sharing, the message, and also, Father, just to see how many people responded to this, to come and celebrate this ceremony with us, that's a clear testimony of the life that your son have shown us when he's with us. We know that there are many brothers and sisters who are also connected with us all over the world, following this ceremony to bring the support. We want you to be with all of us so that this experience will be an uplifting experience for all of us. Guide us from the beginning up to the end, and I report this prayer humbly in my name and in the name of all your sons and daughters, the name of our beloved true parents, and the name of all your sons and daughters gathered here. Amen and Aju. Thank you.
You may please be seated. Thank you, Dr. Wanda, for that prayer. At this point in our program, we are going to hear the biography of Jeffrey, and I'm going to invite Stephanie Kiluba to come up and read his biography.
Good morning. Jeffrey Somang Kiluba was born on December 14, 1998 in the town of Likasi, located in the Democratic Republic of Congo. He is the second son of Prosper and Charlotte Kiluba, who received the blessing in 1992 as part of the 30,000 couple blessing. His Korean name, Somang, means hope, which he embodied through his bright smile and upbeat spirit. Jeffrey spent his childhood in the DRC and grew up as part of the Katanga family community where his parents were local leaders. He attended workshops, community cultural events, and volunteered for many church youth activities, such as the International Relief Friendship Foundation, IRFF. As a young boy, he always had a bright and enticing way of making friends. He spoke his heart and always found a way to make those around him smile. He was very attentive when participating in witnessing activities with his parents and loved spending time by his mother's side. The Kiluba family moved to upstate New York in 2012 when Jeffrey was 13. He graduated from Red Hook High School and went on to earn his associate degree in Earth Studies at Ulster Community College. Sports is one era where Jeffrey left his mark through passion and fellowship with his teammates. He dedicated time to soccer, wrestling, and track and field. During the summers, he loved participating in the annual Blessed Culture and Sports Festival, BCSF, competing in the soccer tournament alongside his siblings. Jeffrey also loved gaming, and he played with his brother Simon and several other friends from all over the world. Jeffrey had a friendly and welcoming personality, which connected him to people wherever he went. He was not afraid to ask questions about one's opinions and seek for truth. His parents planted the seed of living for the sake of others at a young age. Jeffrey worked hard to support his families in business endeavors and would financially support those who were in need. He would often say that he was going to become a millionaire so that he would take care of his loved ones. In September of 2023, he joined the Red Hook Fire Company to volunteer and serve his community. In that short time, the company members found him to be a man of remarkable character. On Thursday, October 5th, Jeffrey went on a brief holiday in the Dominican Republic. He had called on Friday, expressing excitement to see Mom and Dad again on Sunday. The Kiluba family received news of his passing Saturday morning, October 7th. His sudden passing shook the communities he was a part of and shocked the hearts of those who loved him. Jeffrey is survived by his parents, Prosper and Charlotte Kiluba, his oldest brother and sister-in-law, Timothy and Junghyeo, his younger brother Simon, and two younger sisters, Stephanie and Elizabeth.
Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, I definitely remember growing up with him, full of life. He was always running around and always trying to do something, and he was always up to something. And so that's the kind of person he was. The words, there was no limit for him. And so thank you. At this time, we're going to hear a short message from President Damien Dunkley, read to us by Senior Pastor Naokimi Oshiroda, and he will also be offering some remarks. Please let us welcome Reverend Naokimi.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. First off, I want to offer my condolences to the family, the parents, and the siblings and relatives. Yeah, honestly, this is one of my least favorite parts of the job, having to speak at Seonghwa's. And in this case, especially being so young, it's more of a tragedy. But at the same time, according to our traditions, we want to be able to celebrate the life that he did live. So it's a mix of many emotions for all of our community members, especially the family. But today I wanted to read a message from our president of Family Federation, Damien Dunkley, and also chairman of the region. He's right now in Thailand with his family overseas, but he had asked me to offer his message to you on his behalf. So after the message, I'll also add a few comments of my own. So this is from Damien and Yumiko Dunkley. Today, our American family is sending a dear, beloved, second-generation brother, Jeffrey Kiluba, to the heavenly spiritual world. Jeffrey is the much-loved son of Prosper and Charlotte Kiluba, brother to Timothy and Junghyeo, Simon, Stephanie, and Elizabeth, and a dear friend to many. Our love and prayers are with you, and our hearts go out to Jeffrey and the entire Kiluba family. We hear from those who know Jeffrey well that he has a bright and friendly personality that made those who knew him happy to be around him. His generous heart was appreciated by everyone, and his enthusiasm was contagious. We know he will be missed by his loved ones, his family, and friends. When we hear of young life passing, we can't help but shed tears. And we may turn to our Heavenly Parent and ask why. But let us take comfort from scriptures, as Proverbs 3:5 reminds us. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. Jeffrey's passing was very sudden and unexpected. We do not know Heavenly Parent's timetable, but we can trust that the Heavenly Eternal Love is always with us. And so today, we are here to send Jeffrey to the next step in his journey in oneness with our Heavenly Parent, and cheer him as he goes to take his rightful eternal place in heaven. True Father taught us that the day we enter the spirit world is a day of our rebirth. When we are born anew into a world of love, where our Heavenly Parent eagerly awaits us to welcome us in a loving embrace. Father Moon said, "Eternal life does not refer only to an eternal existence in the spirit world. It means living for eternity in the bosom of God's love. God created each individual to live with Him in a relationship of lover and beloved, subject partner and object partner. You are the beloved of God. God cherishes the ideal of true love more than He values Himself. Although God is the absolute and eternal center of love, His ideal is even more eternal, and the center of that ideal is true love. Love is realized with a partner, and the partner of God's love is you." Dearest Jeffrey, our dear brother, today is your new beginning in the spiritual realm. Please know that your family and our entire American movement are praying for you and offering you our love, respect, and gratitude. Godspeed. With all blessings and love, Damien Yumiko Dunkley, Regional Chair and President. So, yeah, not sure what more I can add, but when I'm at a loss for words, I try to go back to purpose and intention. And I feel like the main purpose of these Songhwas is to really allow the soul of the deceased, in this case Jeffrey, encouragement to move on to the next phase in his spiritual life. And also to encourage those who survived him, family and friends, after the passing as well. When I first heard about it, I was in Las Vegas. We were gathering over 1,000 next generation to meet with our founder, actually, Mother Moon. And she had actually asked that this time when she was coming to America, she asked for two things. She wanted to meet with the top clergy to share a message, and she wanted to meet with the next generation youth. And I was surprised when I arrived, there was more than 1,000, actually 1,200 who had registered from all around the world, all young, next generation, second, third, and first generation young members of our community gathered together. I mean, these are students, they don't have money, but they found a way with support from their community to attend. And they weren't there to gamble or go to the strip. They were simply there to respond to True Mother's call. And when I found out that there was that Jeffrey passed, it was really a shock. Because we're here, we're preparing our hearts really to, meet with our True Mother, and such a tragedy is happening right before. And it really made me reflect and think, what is the meaning of this? What is, if anything, is the meaning of such tragedies happening right at the same time as our youth gathering to prepare to meet with our True Mother? And the one thought that occurred was, many times, even in our founder's family, there were sacrifices that were made. Actually, 4 of their children passed away. early. And several of those cases, it was really a sacrifice that the child's passing made, almost in protection of the providence that was going on at that time. And I couldn't help but feel that the passing of Jeffrey at this time had something to do with really protecting that whole experience, with thousands of youth gathering in preparation to meet with Mother. We were worried as parents, as organizers, because we're bringing college students and high school students to Las Vegas, Sin City, right? Anything could happen. So we were worried, parents were worried that everyone could be safe. And also there was worry about even True Mother being safe at that gathering. So I really felt that if there was any meaning, that this tragedy could be offered in some way as really a sacrifice and an offering. And yeah, I don't really know Jeffrey so well, personally. I did know the parents a little bit on our morning prayer vigils. We would meet occasionally to chat. But reading the biography, actually 3 words stood out. And one way we can honor Jeffrey's life is to remember and honor his legacy. And the 3 words that stood out to me for Jeffrey was, he loved sports. Sports, you know, I know many of you love sports. He can keep his legacy going with passion in sports. And the second word was fellowship. That Jeffrey really loved hanging out. He really loved his friends, his family. He would do anything to really brighten the atmosphere in the room. And the final word that came to mind was service. That he would willingly, when I read that he was a volunteer at the fire department, I felt like he's a guy that would willingly risk his life voluntarily for strangers to save their lives. So what better person than him that he would be willing to offer, if he had a chance, to sacrifice his life for the sake of his family and friends. So with that, I just want to really honor Jeffrey, your life, your legacy, although it was short, as we can see with the impact in such a short life, with the people who have gathered here today, that you have made a great impact on many lives. And we encourage you to continue on into the next world with our Heavenly Parent. And to the family, again, I know this is a tragedy, but know that his life was meaningful and that it has really already made a difference in so many people's lives. So sorry again for the loss, but thank you, Jeffrey, for your life. And we want to offer this all to our Heavenly Parent and our beloved true parents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Oshiroda. At this time, we are going to hear some testimonies. But before we do that, I would like to read also a letter from the HJ International Graduate School for Peace and Public Leadership that was sent in. So it's very brief, and I'll read it. To the family and friends of Jeffrey Kiluba, on behalf of the entire community of the HJ International Graduate School for Peace and Public Leadership, I wish to extend heartfelt condolences on the occasion of the passing of Jeffrey. We pray for his smooth ascension to the heavenly realm, where he is soon to be welcomed by our Heavenly Parent and our beloved true Father. While we celebrate Jeffrey's life and the joy and love he brought to this world, we also feel a sadness that inevitably emerges from our hearts as a sign of our own love. We join you in thanking true parents for guiding us in the ultimate truth of the spirit world and for teaching us of the meaning of the precious Seonghwa ceremony, an ascension into the arms of Heavenly Parent. We pray for Jeffrey's during the time of his transition and for the entire Kiluba family, including our beloved HJI, UTS, alumni, Prosper Kiluba. With love and appreciation, Dr. Thomas and Lynn Walsh, Presidents, SJ International Graduate School for Peace and Public Leadership. Thank you. Thank you. And so we'll listen to a few testimonies, and the first one will be from Jeffrey Kiluba's high school teacher, Jennifer. If Jennifer is here, if she's here, please welcome her.
Jeffrey was an absolute blessing in my life. It's really rare, but sometimes you meet someone who's just a little more alive than most people. Jeffrey was like this. His joy and enthusiasm for life was palpable, and his smile was infectious. As a teacher, I'm always trying to impress upon my students what a rare opportunity this human life is, like the ephemeral blossoming of a midsummer flower. Our lives are a small time to blossom and be a part of the beauty and mystery of this planet. It's a miracle not to be wasted. I want my students to learn that there is no wrong way to live your life, as long as you jump in with 2 feet and try to fill your life with as much joy, gratitude, wonder, adventure, and love as you can. To try your best and to make the most of the short time we have here together. To really live to the fullest with an open heart and excitement for all the blessings we have been bestowed. Jeffrey and I were kindred spirits. He understood the message I was trying to teach. His 1,000-watt smile, his easy laugh, and his joy to be alive touched everyone in my class and our whole school community. He reminded us all how beautiful this life can be. I've taught thousands of young people over the last 2 decades. Many of them sit in my math class despondently, watching the clock, waiting for time to tick by, literally wasting moments of their precious lives. Jeff was not one of those kids. He was engaged, cracking jokes. He could barely stay in his seat, twisting around to talk to the kids behind him, making us laugh, making us smile, making us grateful to be alive. In Jeffrey, I saw a kindred spirit, someone who shared a piece of my soul, someone who wanted to get the most out of every moment of life. He was a leader and a role model for his peers and a blessing to all of us. He became my friend. I took comfort that when I was dead and gone, Jeffrey would still be here reminding people to let their light shine and reminding them to get out there and be alive with a heart full of joy. Jeffrey's life was too short, but I take solace in the fact that he lived each moment to its fullest. I take solace in all the people here today who carry a little bit of his bright light in their hearts. It's now our job to be a part of Jeffrey's legacy, to shine extra love from our hearts and embrace all the joy and wonder and opportunity each day has to offer. There have only been a handful of people on this earth who I've met, and I feel like this person gets me, gets what it's all about. Jeffrey and I were just operating on the same wavelength of energy. He was a part of my tribe, and he let me be a part of his. I'm so grateful that our lives crossed. I'm so grateful he was my student, so grateful he wanted to be my friend and spend some time celebrating this chance to live on this beautiful planet together. I'm going to keep his joy and enthusiasm and energy for life in my heart and try to do him proud by spreading his lessons of living fully, loving fully, and jumping in with both feet. I'm going to miss him. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, next I would like to invite Martin Kisile. Martin is Jeffrey's childhood friend. So Martin, please come forward.
Good morning. Wow, there's a lot of people. I think Jeffrey wanted me to talk a lot because I was one of his quietest friends, and Jeff liked to talk a lot as well. But I was just reflecting and thinking. I'm very grateful and blessed to be able to call Jeffrey not only a brother, but a best friend too. I was listening to like a lot of testimonies throughout the week from like friends and experiences from people. One thing I noticed is Jeffrey was Jeffrey to everybody. He never faked his personality to anybody. He was Jeffrey to his parents, Jeffrey to his siblings, and Jeffrey to his friend. And he was also Jeffrey to strangers as well. Yeah, Jeffrey was filled with a lot of love and a lot of energy, and he kept a very big smile on his face, just like on that picture. He always had that smile on him, and I admired that a lot. It never changed. All the time, he always had that big smile on his face. But he could also get very annoying, and he can easily get under people's skin very quickly if he wanted to. But I'm very grateful that I've been able to learn so much from Jeffrey. And I would tell people that I was very lucky to have a brother and a best friend like Jeffrey. I first met Jeffrey when I was about 4 or 5 years old. I remember Jeffrey's dad and my dad came to pick us up at the airport when we landed. And I think the same night, back then, I think the church had like overnight prayers that they used to have at the church. And then when I came, I was I'm still him, but I was a very shy boy. And I remember I came in like the room where I remember Jeffrey and one other friend that we grew up together. They were playing, and then I was very shy. I came in, I was speaking through the door, and then Jeffrey was the first person to call me. He was like, "Hey, come we play hide and seek together." But I was very shy, but they eventually convinced me to play hide and seek with them. And then from then on, me and Jeffrey became very close and best friends. And we created a lot of memories together. And a lot of memories together. We went to Sunday school together. We got in trouble a lot. Because at the time, Jeffrey's mom was our Sunday school teacher too. And I can always remember, I always remember that voice of Jeffrey's mom's colleague Jeffrey every time we did something. And since I was always next to Jeffrey, so I was always in trouble too. So we went to Sunday school together. We went to church camps together. We spent a lot of summer breaks together, either at Jeffrey's family's house or at my house or at somebody else's house. We are always together. We spent a lot of time together. And we started karate class together. We went to English classes together. And we got bullied together by Tim and my brother and other kids. And we learned to stick together because that's the only way we can defend ourselves against our other brothers. We learned how to throw stones at them when they bullied us. We did a lot of things together. We did a lot of dumb things together as well. I can't even share some of the things we did. Man. Yeah, we even showered together when we were younger. So we're just very close. So many stories. He was very, Jeffrey never changed since I met him when he was 5 years old. He was very energetic, very adventurous. He always had, if I don't see him throughout the week, on Sunday, during Sunday school, he always had crazy stories to tell. Or during karate practice, he would come and tell us that, yesterday I tried to fight the street kids on the street. I was always had crazy stories to tell. And like I said, Jeffrey showed a lot of love by annoying people. He always had a laugh that he laughed when he's trying to annoy somebody. And even recently during BCSF, this year we made different teams because we always made the same team with Jeffrey. But this year we had different teams. And the week leading to BCSF, I kept teasing him that, or we kept going back and forth talking about how I'll beat you or we'll win and stuff like that. And then Jeffrey finally beat me, and it's sad that I won't be able to get my leg back. But Jeffrey finally beat me, and I remember as we were walking out the field after we played the game, I can just remember his annoying laugh, laughing at me and my friend Rankio from the other side of the bench. And he kept doing that for the next hour or so. He just kept laughing at us that you guys lost. But he also apologized for doing that. That's how Jeffrey was. And also, one more memory that I had of Jeffrey, I think it was last year or the year before. I've always struggled Jeffrey when he plays defense. And I remember, I think it was in the semi-finals or finals, I don't remember. He got hurt, and then he went out. As I was playing toward the sideline, so I started yelling at Jeffrey to go back in and play. But he was hurt, and then he was telling me to just trust other teammates as well. But I don't know, I just wanted him to play. But from that moment, I learned that Jeffrey wanted everyone just to have fun and play. I remember the first time I went to spend my summer break at Jeffrey's house, he introduced me to a lot of things like superhero movies, Simba, a lot of movies I watched because of Jeffrey and Tim. They really introduced me to those kind of things. And Tarzan was because of Jeffrey. He loved those movies. And just growing up together, we had a very small group of 4 of us. It was me, Ben, who is sitting over there, and another brother, Tadashi. And then the 4 of us, since we also got bullied by other brothers, we all decided to stick together. And we had a lot of food together, so much food, during summer camps or church workshop, everybody knew that the four of us would like eat a lot of food. So they made sure they made a lot of food just because of us. We even named ourselves Le Groupe Gourmandise because we had so much food together. And me being the youngest only by a few months, the three of them always picked on me. Only because I was younger by only like 3 to 2 months, but they always picked on me. But I received so much love from Jeffrey and Ben and Tadashi growing up. Also, I just remember this experience growing up during Sunday school. So the four of us, since we had a group together, and then in the Sunday school, they also had a group of girls that had a group together, like Stephanie and her friend. But once in a while, we had like beef, like Sunday school beef or whatever. And then the boys will decide to not talk to the girls like for a long time, like let's not talk to them. But right after church, the first person that we'll see talking to the girls again was Jeffrey. And then we always, like the three of us always made fun of him for that. He was always the first one to forget that we said let's not talk to the girls because we had some kind of beef going on. But Jeffrey always forgot that and always was the first one to go and talk to the girls. He never really cared that we made fun of him. But Jeffrey came to America before me, so I stayed in Africa for a little bit more years, and then a few years later I came here. So me and Jeffrey never really reconnected so much. And the first time I saw him was when Mother Moon came to, I think, Madison Square Garden in New York. And Jeffrey never really changed. He was still Jeffrey. He was like we never separated when we met in New York City. I remember after like Mother Moon spoke and the whole thing was done, we decided to go around. But me and Ranke were like, nah, I don't think that's a good idea because we might get lost. But Jeffrey was like, come on, let's just go, it'll be fine. And we got lost for sure. But Jeffrey and I and Ranke, we managed to find our way back. Jeffrey matured a lot, but also kept the same character like I first met him when he was 5 years old. And I admired Jeffrey's relationship with his brother Tim. Because Tim and I got close because we both lived together in Las Vegas and did carp together. And I always admired that. Me and Jeffrey never really talked a lot, but every time Jeffrey and Tim would like call each other on FaceTime and have a lot of time. So I always connected to Jeff through that, and every time he always had so much energy when I talked to him. Even when Tim and I went back home, every time I FaceTime Tim, Jeffrey was there. Usually me and Jeffrey's FaceTime is usually like, hey, yo, what's up, very chill, whatever, what's going on. But every time Jeff was there, and then Tim would give me the phone, Jeff was always hyped. Hey, Sabachan! He was always like so hyped, and very different energy around Jeff, and I very much admire that a lot. Really, and I started coming to BCSF a lot, and yeah, even though we didn't really talk as much on the phone or call each other, but every time I came for BCSF, Jeffrey always showed me so much love, and everyone else. Even late, like some of us stayed over at his house, and yeah, you're such a loving brother. Yeah, Jeffrey, he had so much questions. And it's nice because he knew that I didn't talk much. So every time he asked that question, he would end up by going on and on and on and explaining what he thought about the question. And I didn't mind that because I didn't talk. And he knew that, and he was fine with that. And it was nice. Yeah, he had me thinking a lot. And he had a lot of great things to say, and he matured a lot. Yeah, we played a lot of soccer together. It was nice. Since we were younger, Even like he always like encouraged people to like make friends. I'm like me and some of my friends are very reserved. But Jeffrey, we always like if maybe we're at BCSF, we always come and like tell us, guys, you gotta go around and make friends and talk to people. You just can't be sitting there. That's the kind of spirit Jeffrey had. Always try to talk to people and get to know people and show them love. Even like I brought one of my nephews for the first time to meet Jeffrey, and he was so like impressed of how Jeffrey was, and I'm very grateful for that, of how his welcoming spirit is. Yeah, Jeffrey he's a very great brother and a best friend, and I will miss him a lot, but I know that he'll always be with me, and yeah, I love you, bro. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Martin. And for the record, I was not that older brother. Maybe a different one. I didn't bully them. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Jeffrey had this. You knew he was up to something funny when he started laughing. And you would laugh first, and then you tell the story. Then you tell it again and again and again. He's like, it's okay, we get it, but you tell it again. And so, at this time, I think we have time for maybe two more testimonies, but if we can try to keep them very, very short. Alright. And so, yeah, very quickly, we have time for maybe two more testimonies. If someone feels really called to share at this time, so I would like to leave the mic up here.
Dear Prosper and Charlotte, and also your family, I didn't know your son, but my heart also broke when I heard that he passed away so quickly and so unfortunate and suddenly. And because I know the two of you, your bright smiles and Prosper's deep heart and deep thoughts all the time, I know that Jeffrey is a wonderful man. And yes, I was moved by Martin's testimony that he really lifted Martin up, and encouraged him to speak a lot. So Jeffrey, all of us wish you a wonderful ascension, that you find your eternal home. Thank you.
Thank you, Irmgard. I'll wait for a few seconds for another person.
Morning, everybody. My condolences to the family and friends. I'm Quentin Johnson. To Jeffrey, I was Coach Johnson. We share the same birthday, so we should talk about that all the time. So I'm going to remember Jeffrey for the rest of my life. We used to laugh, just like everybody else said. He had a smile that would just light up the room. You know, this is Nick Fredericks, Coach Fredericks. Sometimes we'd be coaching and wrestling, we'd sit and look at each other and be so mad, like, man, what's Jeffrey doing out there? And then 5 minutes later, he comes off the mat, and you just couldn't stay mad at him because he was Jeffrey. So, you know, I give you my deepest condolences. You know, he really touched me. We used to always laugh about having the same birthday. And, you know, when I moved on and I was working, you know, working somewhere else, I would get messages from Simon, hey, Jeffrey told me to tell you happy birthday. You know, so I'll always remember that for the rest of my life. And again, you have my condolences, but yeah, I think this assembly of people here lets you know how special he really was. So my condolences to you, and I'll keep you in my prayers.
Yeah, there's a lot to say. I remember when I first met Timothy in class, tried to get him to wrestle. He came out, Jeffrey came with him, and I remember Tim saying, this is not for me, this is not for me, this is more for Jeffrey. And I was a little upset at first, you know, but he was right, Tim was right. Jeffrey, like everybody's been saying, you know, had that light, came in, always had a smile, was having a great time. And I always would say when that whistle blew, when he was ready to wrestle, it was business. And he was a competitor, worked so hard with us, and Quinn was the first guy I contacted when I found out the horrible news. And I just saw him on our alumni night this past year. I can still hear his voice every day. So I'll always be thinking about him. I'm glad I'm here. I'm so glad to see everybody here as well. There's a lot of great things besides a great wrestler. He's always a great person for us, and he will be missed, but thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point in our program, we are going to hear a musical offering from Elizabeth. Elizabeth is Jeffrey's younger sister. She's going to offer a musical performance.
How can you catch the sun? Can you breathe when you're on the run? Slow down, my darling. Every now and then, come and take my hand. For every little lie you tell so you can hide will grow inside your chest. Your heart will need to rest. So come into my arms.
Good job. Thank you, Elizabeth. At this time, we'll hear some testimonies from the family. And so we'll start with the mother, Charlotte Kiluba, and then Prosper Kiluba, and then Stephanie will come up to offer the last one. The parents would come up together.
Oh, wow. I see my son's spirit because the room is really full, the temple is full. This is Jeffrey. I'm sorry. I promised Jeffrey yesterday. I said, Papa, I'm not going to cry anymore. I take it's an offering for me, not only for me, for the family, for the community, nation too, right? Like everybody said, I was proud to be, I'm proud being Jeffrey's mother. He's a question boy. If he pulled me aside, I'm expecting something. I know Jeffrey has so many questions. I'll tell you one question he asked me when he was just 6 years old. My husband and I were pastors, and my husband was doing family visiting. There were this lady who was really sick in the church. And when my husband came back, the lady sent us peanuts. She was really sick, but she has peanuts. She had that heart of sharing. So the peanuts was still in the house. We didn't even open it. The next day was the news, the lady passed away. So I was in shock. I was like, oh my God, when I look at the peanuts, we didn't even eat them. And he looked at me, he said, what happened? I said, this lady passed away. What does that mean? I explained to Jeffrey what passing the ways means. So what they do with the body? I said, they put under the ground. And then the Bible says it's going to be turning dust. So my husband's spiritual mother is from England. He's a white woman. I think she's watching. Hi, Mama. And Jeffrey looked at me and said, oh, explain to me, when your dust will be black and grandma will be white? I said, no, so it was too much. So I went in the house, I took 2 different colors of paper. I called him outside. I was, come here. And I put the fire in those 2 papers. And both burned, right? I said, look at how it's going to be. Oh, it's burned, but why did that become white? I said, okay, that's enough. That's enough, no more. So he has so many questions. He didn't care what kind of question, embarrassing or right question he would ask. So I promised him yesterday I'm not going to cry. On Friday, before Jeffrey's passing, we were talking. He called me many times to tell me, Mom, I love you. So we talked that Friday. I asked him, can you go visit the church? He said, okay, Mom, send me the address. And I Googled. I found the Dominican church. I said, I have the address. I said, send it to me. And then I sent. He Googled. He said, oh, Mom, unfortunately, it's 4 hours one way. But they were ready to welcome him. I said, can you call them, tell them you can make it? He said, well, yeah, we'll call them. And around 11, because I work until 11 p.m., randomly, I went on my phone before I clock out. I found this small video. And that video was saying how to discover that you are getting visited. So angels are visiting you. So I just really focused on that video. I watched the video until the end, and it was time for me to go home. I clock out. I said, I have to come back tomorrow morning. I went, and when I reached home, I couldn't do anything. I was like, let me just go sleep. So I went to my room, and I couldn't sleep. No, at all. It was like I didn't even have time to close my eye. So I was watching the time, 1 a.m., 2, 3. Finally, I made a decision to sit. I sat. When I sat, I felt the last sign of angels I saw on the video. That was like you feel the thing on your body. And then I felt it on my left arm, like pins, really pins. And they felt all my body got chilled out. I said to myself, I was like, oh, angel is visiting me. I went to force to sleep, and that was 4 a.m. morning. I couldn't even wake up for prayer or whatever. At 7, my husband woke me up and said, you're going to work? I was like, oh, yeah. I went to work, and at 1 p.m., I received a call from my youngest son to ask him, Mom, what time did you talk? What's the last time you talked to Jeffrey? I was like, yesterday evening. And he said, Mom, come back home, something is wrong. They don't know where he is. I said, no, because before when we talked that evening, he told him, Mom, the Airbnb doesn't have a good Wi-Fi. Don't worry if I don't call you. I'll call you if I have a Wi-Fi. I told him, no. He said the Airbnb doesn't have a Wi-Fi. He will call me. He said, no, Mom, come home. Oh, it's a miracle I can stand up. I'm so emotional. I couldn't drive, and he came to pick me up. We went. I was like, following with my husband. When we reached, I was like, can we call the pastor? Because we talked to the pastor before. He can find out what's going on. And we called the pastor. He said, give me 1 minute. And he checked, and he called back. He said, yeah, I'm sorry. That's Jeffrey. At that time, in a minute, I felt like God didn't love me. I felt like everything, even my faith, I doubt everything at the time. I cried. Whenever I pass out, wherever ambulance came, everything happened. But I'm so grateful that I get this phone call from Reverend Dunkley. I think his call really lifted me up. And I was able to go back to say sorry to God. I'm sorry. I know you love me. You gave me Jeffrey, I didn't ask. And you made this decision because there were so many ways he couldn't stop that. Jeffrey was looking for his passport in the house. He couldn't find it. Finally, he found it. So when I go back, I was like, okay, it's not on my abilities to stop what God planned. And I was thinking, I was like, trauma is here. And this randomly thought came to me at the time when I was sitting last night. I was like, wow, when I was little, I didn't grow up with my father. I left my father, I was like 9 or 10 years old. So it's gonna be hard for me. I don't know if I had somebody like a man to stand up for me to defend me in case of something. I didn't have that man. Like 9 or 10 years old, I grew up with my sister. And then I look at my husband was sleeping. I said, my husband can defend me one day? And then my mind went to my elder son, I was like, Timothy will defend me one day. And I felt in my spirit, my son telling him, Mom, I got you. So at the time, I didn't know he passed. And come to think, I was like, is it me or true mother? Because she didn't grow up with her dad. Is it really me or is true mother? But the time, Okay, those are just thinking, it's me. But I got to experience what they call sorrow. You know, when we say, oh, sorrowful heart of God, sorrowful heart, but it's not easy to lose a child. I really experienced through mother's heart when I see how many kids she went through. Please, it's not easy. It's not easy to lose a child. But it's a child who was really close to me since he was little. That's why they call Mama's boy. When I'm sick, I'm really sick, I see how he's struggling. I say, oh God, if I die today, this one will die tomorrow. But I want to tell my son, because his passing is like a question mark, we don't know what happened. I told him when I received the call from Reverend Dunkley, it was like a relief for me. I get time to talk to God, talk to Jeffrey. If somebody did something to him, I told him, please forgive. Forgive them. If it was an accident, yes, we take them. You are an offering. So I'm so grateful that I can receive a call from Dr. Young almost every day to lift me up. I'm so grateful too. So I said, Jeffrey, I told him, he's still my son, he's gonna be forever my son. And I love you, Jeff. Like I promised you yesterday, I was crying because I didn't see the body yet. So yesterday I had opportunity at least to see him, get to talk to him. And I promised, Papa, I'll give me strength. I asked God to give me strength to at least sing for him, holy song, to lift him up, and then he can come back to help us as a family, community, and our nation. We're going through a lot in the Providence. Yeah, Jeff is there. I asked him to accept the new mission through Father will give to him. He never have any barrier. I think he's gonna be the same. Yeah, thank you very much.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. I apologize, I need a translation. Because I have 100,000 around the world, especially the families, friends from the Congo, are watching this time.
Sorry, I just want to speak clearly from my heart because there are many people are watching from my home country of DR Congo via Zoom. So I want to be really crystal clear with my message. Yeah, because he will speak in French. Yeah, he will speak in French. That's why.
I'm so grateful and say thank.
That's why you call me.
Yes. Je remercie tout le monde d'être venu aujourd'hui ici.
I thank everyone for coming today here.
I know it's a weekday, it's Wednesday. Non. Je sais que c'est le mercredi, c'est un jour de travail.
I know, I'm aware that today is a Wednesday, it's a work day.
Quand même, vous avez répondu à cet appel de Jeffrey pour venir nous soutenir, nous en tant que famille, afin que nous puissions envoyer notre fils chez le Père Céleste.
Even though you are so busy, despite of your busy schedule, your work time, you sacrifice this time to come today so that together you come to support us as a family to send off our son to heavenly parents.
Encore, merci beaucoup d'être venu.
Once more, thank you so much for coming.
Parlant aujourd'hui de le départ de mon fils, Jeffrey,
Talk about the departure of my son, Jeffrey Somang Kiluba.
je me rappelle de ce que mon père m'avait dit.
I remember what my dad told me.
Mon père, il est déjà passé aussi.
My father already passed into the next world, the spirit world, long time ago.
La dernière fois, quand je causais avec lui, je devrais partir, il m'avait dit, Prosper, vous voyez, quand le soleil se couche, quand c'est vers 17h, tout le monde connaît qu'il va faire nuit.
The last time I spoke with my father before he departed from this earth, he told me something I will never forget. He said, I quote, Prosper, my son, you know, when it is in the afternoon at 5 p.m., the sun set, people are thinking like we're going to sleep or something.
Les animaux, les oiseaux, tous les hommes connaissent que bientôt, ça sera la nuit.
Birds, animals, everybody is noticed that soon it will be dark.
C'est pourquoi il m'avait dit, si tu pars, tu es loin de moi et tu apprends que je pars, ne soyez pas étonnés.
That's why, if you are far away from me and you heard that I have gone, I passed away, not be surprised.
Il me dira qu'il était devenu comme le soleil de 17h ou 18h.
He told me I became like the 5 p.m. sunset.
Il avait plus de presque 90 ans.
He was over 80 years old.
Voyant Jeffrey, mon enfant, mon fils qui a seulement 24 ans.
Now looking at my son, only 24 years old.
Quand j'ai vu le scénario de son départ, je me suis dit, c'est comme un quart de la vie.
When I look back to his life, 24 years old, I see the scenario of his life is just like a quarter of his lifetime.
Qui peut accepter que le soleil se couche à 9h ou à 10h le matin?
Who can accept that there will be a sunset at 9 a.m. or 10 a.m.? Who would accept that?
C'est pourquoi j'ai pleuré.
That's why I cried.
Comme ma femme me disait ici, je me suis dit, est-ce que Dieu m'aime?
As my wife spoke, I asked the same question to myself. Is it possible? Really God loves me? Question mark.
Pourquoi on ne pouvait pas changer? Que moi qui ai plus de 50 ans puisse partir avant mon fils.
Why we can't shift this? Shift the gear. Instead of my son, why not me to go?
Finalement, je me suis résigné, dit, c'est lui qui donne et c'est lui qui a repris.
Finally, I come to the conclusion, is God giving? Is God is taking?
Parlant de Jeff et mes enfants, je les ai dit ceci dans ma vie.
Talking about Jeff and the other children, I told them this.
Malgré que nous avons la relation parent-enfant, nous pouvons ajouter notre relation entre nous.
Even though we have this fundamental relationship between parent and children, however, we can add another relationship.
la relation amicale. Nous devenons des amis.
So let's add this, let's become friends.
Il y a certaines choses que tu peux dire à ton père, à ta mère, mais peut-être que tu ne peux pas dire à ton ami. Et il y a des choses que tu peux dire à ton ami, tu ne peux pas les dire à tes parents.
There are certain things you can share with your father, your mother, your parents, but you can't share with your friend. Vice versa. There are also certain things you can share with your friend, but you can't share with your parent.
Jeffrey, il était une exception parce que à tout moment, il vient auprès de moi en tant que son ami.
Jeffrey was an exceptional child. Always, he came to me as a friend.
Il me dit, papa, regarde ceci, regarde cela. Vraiment, dans l'amitié en tant que frère, mais pas en tant que papa.
He will talk to me as a friend. He said, Dad, put aside your parentship. I'm talking as a friend. Look what is going on. Always, he comes in that attitude as a friend.
C'est pourquoi son départ est un grand vide. J'ai perdu, pas seulement mon fils, j'ai perdu aussi un grand ami.
That's why his sudden departure is not just a loss of a son, it's also, I lost my friends. I felt empty.
Il vient de me laisser quelque chose. J'étais un peu fâché contre la République dominicaine quand j'ai appris la nouvelle.
He left something in me, or he taught me a lesson. I was angry with the Republic Democratic of the Dominican Republic.
Avec tout ce qui s'est passé autour de sa mort, que je ne connais pas exactement c'est quoi.
All the scenario, all the mixed match news about his death is unclear. I was so angry with that country, Dominican Republic.
Finalement, je méditais, je me suis dit, dans la vie, nous avons appris qu'il y a 3 moments. Le plus important de la vie, c'est lorsque tu es né, lorsque tu te maries et lorsque tu meurs.
Finally, I come to the conclusion after meditating, and I realize there are 3 most important moments in our life. First of all, one, we are born is a very important moment. Second one, when we got married, is a very important moment in our life. And finally, the third one, we are leaving this planet Earth.
Ça m'est venu à dire pourquoi Jeff, qui est né au Congo, qui vit ici aux États-Unis, doit rentrer dans le monde spirituel sur le Père Céleste à travers ce pays, dans ce pays-là, la République dominicaine.
I wonder, Jeffrey Somang Kiluba was born in the Democratic Republic of Congo. He migrated here in the great nation, United States of America. Why is it he's going to the spirit world from Dominican Republic? 3 different places.
S'il m'avait laissé un lignage, ça serait notre histoire.
If Jeffrey have left a lineage behind, I could see the grandchildren. That will be another story.
L'unique chose qui vient de me laisser, c'est la République dominicaine.
The only thing he left in me is the Dominican Republic nation.
C'est pourquoi je me suis dit, j'adopte cette nation comme ma 3e nation.
That's why I come to the conclusion that Dominican Republic is my 3rd country. First, Democratic Republic of Congo. Second, United States of America. And third, I adopt Dominican Republic as my third country. Glory to God. True parents.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Uncle Prosper and Aunt Charlotte. And now we'll hear one more from two siblings, Stephanie and Simon. I think you can come forward together.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning. For those of you who don't know, I'm Simon, Jeffrey's younger brother. I'm up here today because Jeff to me was not only a brother and a friend, but he was most importantly a teacher to me. And this year specifically, we started a business as a family, and I chose not to go to school this semester, so I would fully be committed to the business because I saw that they were fully committed to the business, so I didn't want to leave them dry. So I chose not to go to school this semester, and we would drive to Connecticut, which is where our business is located, from our house. We would pick up Jeff from his house and drive down. Some days it would just be me and Jeff, some days me, Tim, and Jeff, and some days all of us. But we learned that we didn't really like listening to music as much as we do together. We like listening to books. And it was interesting because Jeff was the one that showed me all the interesting books. I showed him maybe one or two, but he had all the interesting stuff to read. And we would always stop and talk. We would listen, we would think, we would stop and talk about what we heard. And those moments are the reasons why they were so meaningful. And although I only left him with one message, and that really stuck with him, he left me with a lot. And I just wanted to share one of them with you today because he's not able to. And it would not be fair to keep that in. Jeff was a very carefree person. Why? Because when he came to someone, he came to them with a non-judgmental face, a non-judgmental heart, and he wanted to get to know you. He had a lot of questions to ask, and it didn't matter the circumstances or where we were. If he found you interesting, he would talk to you. And there was this one time, I've told this story, but it's the most meaningful to me. I was with my friend Gavin, and Jeff had been at a party at the place he used to work at, CJ's, and he told me to come pick him up with Gavin. So me and Gavin drove to pick him up, and he was back there. He had gotten a ride, and he made me eat because I was gonna go work out. But he made me stay for 20 minutes at the festival, and I was very angry at him because I felt that he was wasting my time. But when we started walking to the car, Jeff saw a man in a wheelchair, and immediately he turned to him and asked him, "How'd you get in that wheelchair?" And that man ended up being a paraplegic tennis player, and he placed fourth in the nation. And he went along to be a multi-sport athlete. And I wouldn't have met him if it wasn't for Jeff to begin with. But ever since on, I've been asking questions. And I know my mom hates my questions too because all I do is ask why. I don't ask meaningful questions like Jeff, but I ask why. And he taught me to ask why if I don't know the answer. You may not always know the answer, but never stop asking why, because we're all here for a reason. And although he's gone, he knew his why. And he's going to carry that out one way or another, whether it's through one of us in here or all of us. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here today to honor Jeffrey. My name is Stephanie. I'm Jeffrey's little sister. Whenever I think about Jeffrey, I think about his smile, his endless jokes, and radiating energy that affected anyone he met. From the moment we were young, Jeffrey and I were always close. He was so caring that when I was a baby, he wanted my mom to give my shoes to the birds outside because they didn't have shoes, and my shoes were small enough to fit them. I'll forever remember us walking to school hand in hand, always just the two of us. In elementary school, I sometimes would cause trouble, knowing that no one would want to do anything to me because Jeffrey was there. He was the first to make me feel protected in this world. Whenever he did something, he always wanted me to try it as well. Him alongside my other brother Tim are the reasons why I started playing soccer. They told me I would get fat if I didn't. They were the reason I started running track. They made me try out for varsity in 6th grade and made me do hurdles, which is one of the hardest events in track. But I tried it anyways, because I did everything they did. From going to get haircuts with them for years, I wanted to be like my brother so bad, I argued with my mom day in and out that I was also a boy for so long. Jeff and I didn't really argue much, but I remember one time we fought really bad. It was over who was gonna print their paper first. I started crying knowing that he would get in trouble, and also knowing that I really just wanted to use the printer. I didn't actually need to print something. The reason I cry and cry, knowing that I will never have you here to physically protect me like you always did, Jeff. I cry and cry knowing that I'll never get to call you to tell you something happened and that I need your help. No matter how far away I was, you always showed up for me. But not only me, you showed up for Tim, for Simon, Elizabeth, and Mom and Dad, each of us individually. I'm understanding that the pain in your death is not something that can go away with just sincere condolences or a bunch of flowers. What makes it memorable is knowing that we're gathered here today because of the memories you left us. We all came here today because you were a loving son, a supporting brother, and an amazing friend. He left us a part of him that neither time or even death can take away. As the middle child of our family, I always felt like I had to be the glue between us, but that was Jeffrey. Especially when it came to responsibilities in adulthood, I always felt at ease because I didn't have to make any decisions. I would simply ask Jeffrey, and that was my answer. When I first left for college, Jeffrey would randomly call me and we would sit on FaceTime and have hour-long conversations about nothing at all, yet those conversations are now everything to me. I'll forever remember what you told me, the advice you gave me, and the laughs we shared, especially our inside jokes. I remember every time you were home late and I came out of my room, usually around midnight, to get food. If you were there, you would always ask me, "Dude, how are you not fat?" And then we would end up sharing the food anyways. As I look into the crowd of people mourning for you, I find comfort in knowing that all of you loved my brother. I find peace in knowing that he touched so many lives, and through the many conversations I had with him, a lot of you touched his heart as well. And at some point in his life, I find happiness in knowing he will live in all of your memories. He might not have led a perfect life, But if you know Jeffrey, then you know he lived each day like it was his last. His memory is one that we will forever cherish and we will continue to remember. I know my brother would hate to see us crying for him. He would probably say, "Dude, it's fine, don't cry." He would want us to cling to the beautiful memories. He would want us to be strong through the darkest days ahead. That is what he always does. He gives his light and strength when it seems impossible to go on. So I dedicate this to my built-in best friend, who's now my forever angel. I can never deny the pain that I carry, but I'll always remember you as a blessing and a lesson. I thank you for being the best brother and friend anyone could ask for. Rest in eternal peace, my love. You will live on forever in our hearts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll get ready for the Seonghwa address, the Seonghwa message. But before that, I would like to invite Hunmi to read the scripture for today's message. And then she'll invite the speaker.
Good morning. Scripture reading. Understanding Life and Death. Father Moon, 1998. We live in the physical world, but we know that this is not the only world that exists. There is also spirit world. The spirit world is a definite reality. We also know that these two worlds, the physical world and spirit world, are not meant to be disconnected from each other. They should be linked together as one single world. When people go to the spirit world, they can be divided into the two general types. The first comprises those who live out their natural life in this world, and the second comprises those who experience an untimely death. In such an instance, the grace and virtue of the one who died in their place would move the heart of 1,000 people. They would determine to live for the benefit of that person, model their lives after that person, and live as he lived. After living out our life on earth, we come face to face with our moment of fate. We will see our entire life flash before our eyes. The one who can say, "There was truth in my life, and I am leaving behind something more valuable than my life," is a person who has spent his life in a worthy manner. And now I'd like to invite the Mid-Hudson Valley Community Pastor, Pastor Barbara Robertson, for the Seonghwa message.
Good morning. Wow. Well, I think we've already had like 4 sermons, so that's a really hard act to follow. But the good news is I'm going to keep it short. Okay. So, thank you. I love you, all of you, beautiful Kiluba family. And thank you for letting me spend this week with you. And I went there to comfort your family, but I learned so much from you. And I learned so much from your African culture, you know? You can imagine the Kiluba's house. It's just a regular size house, and I think every African in this planet was staying at their house. So then me and my, trying to help ways said, well, why don't some of you come on and stay at my house? But no, that's not the way they do it. We're just gonna, be there for the family. It's not about what's comfortable or what's convenient, but we're just going to be here and we're going to love on them and we're going to feed them and feed them and feed them and pray with them. It was a really beautiful thing. So there's things on my mind today, you know, Jeffrey's smile, Jeffrey's spirit. I made sure when I went over to the Kiluba's house to ask each and every one of his siblings to share memories and his friends. Some of those I can't repeat, but most of them are just about how bright Jeffrey was. And, you know, Charlotte shared with me that Jeffrey told her, you have to find me a wife. You know, that's the way we do it over here, us unificationists. We like to find people, spouses. And he says, you have to find me a wife that loves you, Mom. I want a wife that loves my mother. So I'd like to talk about holding on to your identity. How is it that Jeffrey was so bold that he could ask any question, and everybody said he would just ask any question, no matter how embarrassing? How is it that Jeffrey could strike up a conversation with a stranger or make friends when he couldn't even speak English? You know, Liam said they were like texting, like using Google Translate. When he first came, he just spoke French. And how is it that he could even ask a cop, do you think there's aliens? I mean, the guy's giving him a ticket. He didn't get the ticket, did he, Mama? He didn't get that ticket. No, he didn't get that ticket. So if Jeffrey were here, which Jeffrey is here, but if Jeffrey could answer, you know, if I were to ask him, what would he say? He would certainly say, oh, well, actually, there's many more people qualified to answer what Jeffrey would say than I am. But perhaps Jeffrey would just shrug his shoulders and smile and say, I'm just being me. And when I read what Martin shared, right, was Jeffrey was always Jeffrey. And what a gift. What a special gift, the ability to be yourself. In a world that tells us what to wear and what to drink, and often even what to think. In a culture where we should be rich and tall and thin, where we should be powerful and politically correct, it is rare that people feel free to be themselves. Often we dress like each other, we talk like each other, we try to fit in, no matter how tight that squeeze is. We do what others are doing, and we worry what other people think about us. I could be wrong, but I don't think that describes Jeff. He knew who he was. He knew that that someone was good, and he shared that someone freely with the world, because somehow he was rooted in his identity. A tree can only grow when it is connected to its roots. Our parents, and eventually God, are our roots. Father Moon said, I explained that if you are to become a giant tree, you must have strong roots. The basic root comes from loving God, who is the first parent of mankind. When you make God your root, you have an invincible, gigantic foundation, and you can become an enormous trunk, producing stupendous branches. When you grasp God as your root spreads to all the 6 continents. And this speaks to me of Jeff. Hold on to your identity as God's sons and daughters. You were created by a God that loves you. And he created you with a unique character and purpose. That God, we can think of him as our heavenly parent, instilled in you an infinite, innate value, one you cannot add to and one you can never lose no matter what you do. You can only choose to express that value or not express it. When we know who we are, we become so powerful. We become a giant tree, able to spread out our branches to touch others with our gifts, without fear, just like Jeffrey did. And this alone will change the world for the better. Jeffrey could say at the end of his life, "There was truth in my life, and I am leaving behind something more valuable than my life." He is a person who spent his life in a worthy manner. In honor of Jeffrey, I hope you will all remember who you are and live a life of bold love. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Barbara. And now we're going to watch the video tribute of Jeffrey's life. Thank you. That's who Jeffrey was. Yeah, full of life. So at this time, we have an opportunity to offer a flower to him. So what's going to happen is the family will come first, and then we'll have our leaders go, and then we'll start from this side. You come from the right side, and offer a flower, greet the family, and go back from the left side. Let us try to make it quickly. Yeah, please. You can greet the family, but yeah, let's try to move. There is quite a few of us here. Yeah, and so the family would go first. Yeah, so we'll be coming forward by row. So please just follow your row. Yeah, we are going to have plenty of time to connect with the family after. So if we can keep it moving a little faster. can please go back to your seats through the left far lane and come back through the middle to sit. All right, thank you so much, everyone. Let's keep it moving. Yeah, we'll get more time to connect with the family after. It seems there is still so many people in the lobby, so I'd like to ask you to kind of also come through the middle aisle. So make a line here in the middle so we can go a little faster. So since we have two lines, one person from the middle line will go, and then the other person from the other line will go. Okay. And if you are a couple, please try to come at the same time. Give the middle line. the middle lane to also offer. Thank you everyone for being so patient. I'm starting to see the end of both lines. So. All right, thank you so much everyone for being so patient. We are coming toward the end. Let's try to keep it short. Again, we'll have plenty of time to connect with the family after. There will be a musical performance by the Congolese community right after, and then the song team will also close us with a song. So I would like to invite those performing with the Congolese community to please prepare yourself and be ready to come forward as soon as the flower offering is over. If those performing with the Congolese community can start coming forward to my left here. My microphone is off. You don't want me to fake. I lost my microphone, but I would like to invite those performing with the Congolese community to come forward. Well, it should be working, but it is not. Ceux qui vont chanter avec la communauté congolaise, s'il vous plaît, venez devant. Maman Aimée. Maman Aimée.
I don't need one of them. So will the Congolese choir that's going to make an offering, can you guys come forward, please?
Thank you. You want to say it in French too?
Je ouvre le livre de la leçon, j'entre in la salle de classe, and may we. That's all I know.
Thank you. Il ne vient pas.
change our life, also make a difference in the world. Amen? So we're going to be talking about Yaya Noah.
Batuka kunore, betuko kotila mvula nzanza mvula zangolo, zitinoka zitilembokia, byapila bimambo enoa, nzaya vimba itizyama enoa, zibule noa, yaya noa, yaya noa, yaya, yaya noa, yaya. Ya ya no way, ya ya, Noah, zibule Noah, ya ya Noah, ya ya no way, ya Noah, ya ya no way, ya no way, ya Noah, zibudile Noah, batuka kuside. Betuko kotila mvula nzanza mvula zangolo, zetinoka zetilembokia, yapila bimambo enoa, zaya vimba etizyama enoa, zibule enoa, yaya noa, yaya noa, kakaka yaya noa, yaya noa, yaya, yaya noa. Ya ya, Noah, zibulile Noah, ya ya Noah, ya Noah, ya ya, ya Noah, ya Noah, ya Noah, zibulile Noah, batuka ku betuko kotila mvula nzanza mvula zangolo, zetinoka zetilembokia, byapila bimambo enoa, nzaya vimba etizyama enoa, zibule Noa, yaya Noa, yaya Noa, yaya, yaya Noa, yaya, yaya Noa, yaya, Noa, zibudile Noa, yaya Noa, yaya Noa, yaya, yaya Noa, yaya, yaya Noa, esli yaya, Noa, zibudile Noa, fa, yaya Noa, yaya Noa, yaya. Ya Noe, ya ya, Noah, zibudile Noah.
Yeah, si vous pouvez rester ici. Johnson, let us close with let's invite the song team for our closing song. And then I'll invite Pastor Diane and Elia to come forward to give us the closing prayer right after the music team finish with the song. Shall we all rise?
Okay, we're going to be singing the song Lean on Me. And I'm sure a lot of you, hearing everybody, it sounds like Jeff was someone that a lot of people could rely on. And in honor and memory of Jeff, I think it would be really amazing if we could do that for each other. Even though he's not here, what he gave to us, let's give and multiply it to others around us, in our families, in our communities, in this world. Yes? Yeah. Okay, so let's sing Lean on Me together. Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow, but if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong. strong and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride if I have things you need to borrow, for no one can fill those of your needs that you won't let show. So just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'd understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. If there is a load you have to bear that you can't carry, I'm right up the road. I'll share your load if you just call me. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
Please join us in prayer. 하나님 전지 전부모님, dear beloved heavenly parents, true parents, and our dear younger brother Jeffrey Kiluba, we know that you're here in this room listening as we celebrate your ascension in the spirit world. Heavenly Parent, we have so many questions in our mind, Heavenly Parent. Did we not protect you enough? Why? Why? And maybes and so many questions, Heavenly Parent. However, you tell us in your words that we must not lean in our own understanding, but your understanding, Heavenly Parent. So although we have questions in our mind that we're asking ourselves, Heavenly Parent, we want to lean on you, because on these times, as the songs we sang today, Heavenly Parent, these precious times, Heavenly Parent, these times where we don't understand what is going on, you are the only person who can truly make sense out of it, Heavenly Parent. And so we truly want to lean on you so that we can understand this tragedy that is happening to the Kiluba family as well as our community, Heavenly Parent. Heavenly Parent, we lost such a precious brother who truly made such a big impact, Heavenly Parent. Just seeing everybody in this room and this whole week, we can see that he loved people, Heavenly Parent. He lived for the sake of others, Heavenly Parent. And this is an example that we must take, each and every single one of us, understanding that our lives are not just meant to be lived by ourselves, Heavenly Parent. It is meant to live for the sake of others. And that is what Jeffrey showed to each and every single one of us, Heavenly Parent. And so his passing is not just for nothing. And as he goes on to the spirit world, Heavenly Parent, we pray that we can learn from him, Heavenly Parent. That we can also lean on each other and truly live for the sake of each other, Heavenly Parent. Loving each other, protecting each other, Heavenly Parent. Because without each other, we are nothing, and without you, we are even nothing in this world, Heavenly Parent. And as Jeffrey goes on to the spirit world, we ask all of us here that you may welcome him with open arms. We know that he is welcomed in a spirit world, Heavenly Parent, together with our true Father, Heavenly Parent, working for the providence of restoration. And we here on the physical world, we would try our best, Jeffrey. We will try our best to live for each other, to protect each other, and to live for the sake of our true parents. Jeffrey, please forgive us if there were certain things that we did, but we love you so much. And we know that you will be an angel to your family, to the Kiluba family. You will be protecting your siblings and your parents. And at this time, we want to pray that all the good ancestors can envelop your family with love and comfort and peace at these times, these troublesome times, Heavenly Parent. Heavenly Parent, we want to march forward together so that Jeffrey's passing is not just for nothing, that we can work together, hand in hand, leaning on each other, Heavenly Parent. And we will make it happen. We will work together to make it happen, Heavenly Parent. So we thank you because you, through true parents, you gave us the words where we can understand that even if someone passes away, they're not just gone, Heavenly Parent. We know that they're here with us, and Jeffrey is here with us, looking at us. And Jeffrey, we thank you. We thank you for every single person you touched. And we know that in the physical world here, we're confused. But we know in the spirit world, you will gain clarity. And that clarity can be given to us as well in the physical world. We thank you. We thank you. And we thank our true parents. We know that you have big plans for Jeffrey. And we want to welcome him in the spirit world. And we want to truly have this memory engraved in our hearts of how he lived for each person, and how he loved each person, and how he forgave each person. So we offer all of this to you. And again, we love you, Jeffrey. We love you. I offer this prayer in my name. In Jesus' name, and my name, Diana Lihak, was such a couple. Aju, and amen.
Please stay. Thank you. Let us give a big round of applause for the successful and victorious Seonghwa of Jeffrey. Come on, we can do better than that. All right. Thank you. Please don't leave yet. I'm going to invite the funeral home to come forward and share some word. Maybe one quick tip. Let's try to carpool there. I don't know that we'll have enough.
Yeah. Thank you very much. In just a few moments, we'll begin our procession to Red Church Cemetery for the Wang John ceremony and to lay Jeffrey to rest. Once we place Jeffrey in the hearse, we will process to the end of the driveway, and we're going to invite anybody that wants to go to the cemetery to please line the drive, and we will go in as a group. It's going to be much easier with a crowd this size if we go all together, because we have police stopping at the light to get us out on Route 9G, and then we also have the fire companies up at the cemetery to help us with that transition as well. So once again, in just a few moments, we're going to invite everybody to get to your vehicles and get down to the driveway, and we'll get lined up, and we'll get. Yep. Yes. And we're going to ask the pallbearers if we could to come right here, if they could, and we're going to need the picture bearer as well. Thank you.